think and the all of if I leave anyone, we are now in a haven't been many of haven't been of we are now just hope that having received all their have taken one on what is other been like is I think we must not gonna get how much team and try at the end of the day subscription is that answer. So let's do go and say this is an opportunity all of say you are able to deal with what call short term what needs to be done and if means when we come out of here be specific at that correct. So what is it that who are the will assist or department what is so that we don't what comes if is reacting on the reaction on what comes think that what you are it is then we start when we go we start calculating work that and then we realize that what we said possible it is possible. So we wish every piece of wish that is in this room must help. And when we agree from here, those who are not present, we will then have make it a point that their absence is not creating difficulty. So you may have things that may require down and it is therefore expected having seen at our experience in many of the areas we were. So now we 12. I will not go till we finish that work. Only that we will be say what we think for start. Hello. You yeah. You know when so we are here. So we are going to start that work and we don't expect anyone after we have agreed on the work that is done If there is a reason or an excuse, that will deal with. Before any further days, I am Mr. Luzipo, the chairperson of the Committee. I have Honorable Mataule, who is a member of the committee. We have Honorable Lorima, who is also a member of the committee. We have Honorable Phillips, also a member of the committee. We have Honorable Folmarans, who is a member of the committee. We also have Honorable Malinga, a member of the committee. We have Honorable Tafta, who is a member of the committee. We have Honorable Makeke Chobeka, also a member of the committee. We have just been joined by the person of the portfolio committee on that community safe, Dr. Ban Masuku, or Honorable, say this go together, Honorable Dr. Bandilema. You are welcome, Chair, in this committee, not in this company. Without any further delays, can I ask Fintech one to help us on two things? I'll come back after that. One is the safety briefing. After that is for them the CEO. I haven't seen there. Nice thing about CEO daily. Can I give you Fintech? Do those two things. Welcome. Start with the safety briefing and then welcome us.
Police is simple and sure or to that your health and priority morning. So we are every to productive meaning that okay, so right is that you will see there are restrooms, got water, type, got enough. Case of an emergency, this way. Back. So we are gathered here. We are not any to happen. What's an emergency? Some we don't prepare. But then can happen. Prayer no warning. So we have where. Okay, so yet got fire alarm can do our process as or we and move. So yeah. So once we hear an alarm, follow the host this morning. I will take you to the emergency assembly point and we will information on what to do. So you may see this as you walk, even at the back, you see fire hose. Okay, so what happens? Fire emergency, we will evacuate. Follow the lead person. We will leave the building using mark already indicated the mark. And please do take your valuables and we proceed to the assembly point. Do not panic, do not run. You just walk as fast as you can. do not use the lift, and we can avoid stampede. We will proceed nice without stamping on it. Okay, so admin takes pens. Proper post to know post to pen post pro- be
also have got all the don't also have serious invest on. But today here with component serious organized who then also offered PPI in Gauteng that together they will also thank you very much that when time comes it the boot have got national. Thank you very morning.
Committees on Energy, Home Affairs and Police undertook a joint oversight visit from the 10th to 11th September 2022 in Limpopo province. The joint oversight visit by the portfolio committees on Mineral Resources and Energy and Police was to establish facts regarding the gang rape and robbery incident that has taken place on the 28th of July 2022 in the West Village, Krugersdorp, where it was alleged that perpetrators were illegal miners, mostly foreign nationals. This incident took place at a mine which holds a mining license issued by the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. The incident highlighted a bigger challenge regarding illegal mining, and for that reason the scope on illegal mining was broadened to include all affected provinces, namely Gauteng, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Free State, Northwest, and Northern Cape. The committee made recommendations and requested feedback on the status of the illegal mining cases handled by the police. Recommendation 3. To enhance police capacity, training, and skills of members at local, provincial, and national level. No dedicated capacity in provinces to investigate precious metals and diamond matters. Therefore, the DPCI Precious Metals and Diamond Section embarked on a process not only to create capacity, but also to enhance and equip the investigators with knowledge and skills in order to address and investigate illegal mining successfully. The building of the capacity is an ongoing process which is being undertaken. Recommendation 4, specialized policing resources to target illegal mining and the local policing structures must be strengthened to neutralize illegal mining. The feedback is, specialized policing resources must be identified by policing structures, be it VISPOL, police, border police, DPCI detectives, etc., at provincial level, in conjunction with the respective mining houses and private security companies. This should also include the appropriate mining relative to the application of the specialized resources. Recommendation 8. The success of the multidisciplinary approach by the Free State in addressing illegal mining should be replicated in all affected provinces. Feedback. Although provinces attending the National Operational Committee, the NOC, and the National Coordinating Strategic Management Team, NCSMT, have been sensitized about the methodology implemented in the Free State, this practice is once again to be emphasized to all provincial coordinators. The DPCI coordinator for precious metals and diamonds in the Free State has already been approached regarding guidance in this regard in an effort to align all provinces in the strategy adopted in the Free State. For the successful implementation of the strategy, all relevant role players in the mining industry, especially those in the mining security and private security companies, needs to participate. It also needs to be tailor-made to each province's unique circumstances and modus operandi of the illegal miners. Recommendation 14, CGS and Mintech should collaborate with SAPS to use the technologies developed to track illegal miners mining. The feedback, training of all officials and the procurement of the necessary resources are being facilitated through the respective offices in SAPS. Recommendation 19, the need for collaboration with DMRE, DOJ and CD, DCS and SAPS. The National Coordinating Strategic Management Team is attended by all role players and stakeholders. It has been noted that attendees from time to time need to be encouraged to attend regularly. The Department of Correctional Services have also been invited. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development has been identified as an imperative role player to be included in the NCSMT at the next meeting. The Precious Metals and Diamonds section continuously consults with the regulator, SAPMDR, regarding compliance inspections and new applications for licenses. Recommendation 20, consequence management for government officials who are found to be involved in corrupt activities relating to illegal mining. Cases in which government officials are found partaking in illegal mining and related crimes are investigated and court-ready cases are enrolled for prosecution. Sunnyside Case 868 of 6/2019, fraud. This investigation involves high prominent figures from the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. The case has been set down for the 30th of August 2023. Recommendation 21, profiling of illegal mining role players. Feedback. The profiling of illegal miners, kingpins, and beneficiaries is an ongoing process managed by the DPCI. PCMC is a priority crime management center at national and provincial level with regard to project investigations and major investigations conducted by the DPCI. The State Security Agency, Crime Intelligence, Financial Intelligence Center, mining security and private security companies are also consulted in this regard. These respective databases are consulted on a daily basis. In 2020, this is a date as scheduled for the NCSMT. This is the meeting schedule until 2024 which is happening on a quarterly basis, Chairperson. Can I leave this slide just to take note, and we are more than willing to go back to it, unless I have to deal with the dates as it is. It is just dates for the meetings, past and future. Overview of successes. The Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation has registered 6 projects in the following provinces. Gauteng, 3, Project Gravity, Greedy and Grumpy Face. Northwest, Giant, Mpumalanga, Piranha, and Northern Cape, Dungeon. There are 4 major investigations registered. Gauteng 1, Northwest 2, and the Free State 1. I can just go and say that the projects is where unconventional investigative methods are being applied, and your major investigations are the dockets or investigations where we are just doing with the conventional investigation, straightforward investigation. Overview of success continued. 2018, there was Project Gillette. In this project, there were 6 suspects arrested for illegal mining activities. The suspects were paying gold-bearing material from Zamazamas to the value of 500,000 rand. 2022, disruptive operations in Stilfontein. On 10th of October 2022, the Northwest Serious Organized Crime Investigation, in an integrated operation supported by the DPCI, TOMS is the tracing section of the DPCI, Special Task Force, National Intervention Unit, the District Illegal Mining Task Team, Tactical Response Team, Bidvest Pretoria, Bidvest Protea Coin, and Harmony Gold Mine embarked on an early morning raid at a mine shaft in Stilfontein. The operation resulted in the arrest of 20 suspects and the seizure of 15 AK-47s, 6 hunting rifles, 2 shotguns, and 1 R5, and boxes full of ammunition, explosives, and cash. The suspects made their appearance before the Stilfontein Magistrate Court on the 12th October 2022, where they were facing charges of conspiracy to commit robbery, possession of prohibited firearms, possession of ammunition of the Immigration Act. All accused remain in custody. The matter is still in court. I think just for the sake of the honorable members and the chairperson, as we will see, the charges is rather ancillary to illegal mining and not dealing with the illegal mining operations itself. Is because there are still challenges which are currently before the different parliamentary committees with legislation that needs to be developed in that regard. Provincial disruptive operations. In the month of July 2023, 6 disruptive operations were conducted at Northwest Province. During one of the operations, mining equipment was seized to the value of 9 million rand. A total number of 5 suspects were arrested in this regard. A noteworthy seizure of platinum plates worth 6.3 million was made in the Eastern Cape, and 4 suspects appeared in court. The development of a global strategy to assist in dealing with identification and trafficking of illicit mined precious metals was formulated in cooperation with the Russian Federation, United Interregional Crime Research Institute, UNICRI, and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC. South Africa is set to engage in a conference which was to be hosted in Vienna to promote the identification of illicit precious metals in the international market and addressing the criminal syndicates responsible, as well as the repatriation of the contraband. The vision is to set a global law enforcement initiative. Now, the successes for the 2022-2023 financial years. Number of illegal miners arrested during joint disruptive operations is 6,450. Number of registered projects addressing illegal mining, there were 5. Number of projects successfully closed, 4. Number of pre-projects and major investigations is 3. And preservation orders, the value of the preservation orders granted to date, it goes to 13,592,356 rand. And in conclusion, you can just say that the DPCI shall at all times enforce the law of the Republic without fear, favor, or prejudice, and as the circumstances of any particular case may require, in accordance with the Constitution of this country. Thank you, sir. I think that concludes our presentation. No, I just wanted to see. No, I think there's also a part, maybe I should continue with this part of the presentation. It also deals with illegal mining, the Division Detective Services and Forensic Services. A multidisciplinary team of 30, the presentation comes from organized crime within the detective services. A multidisciplinary team of 38 members was established based in Burgersfort, Sekhukhune district in Limpopo. 14 operations were conducted and 81 suspects were arrested with 4 convictions. Exhibits confiscated. Truck horse, 1. 5 tipper trucks, 1 excavator, 1 TLB, jackhammers, 63, and 35 spades, 23 picks, 82 generators, and 5 extension cords. 105 wheelbarrows, 1 solar panel, 54 bags containing gold-bearing material, and a stockpile of chrome. That were the successes of the organized crime team from the detectives. I can safely say, Chairperson, just to add that what complicates the work of the police, just to say that, as you can see, the exhibits confiscated, these are big, big instruments. And one of the problem areas is to find enough storage space and facilities where we can keep these implements. I think that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Can we ask DMR E to give us a heads up, and then we will interact with the reports after that.
Good morning, honorable members, Chairperson, Honorable Lozipo, honorable members of Parliament. Dr. Masugu, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for Safety, Lieutenant General Musigidi, Lieutenant General Sibia, Lieutenant General Libya, all major generals present, and senior members of the South African Police Service, Home Affairs, DMRE, the NPA, and the executives of the SOEs, and colleagues. Good morning. All protocol observed, Chairperson. My name is Nobile Kanyile. I'm from the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, responsible for the operations of compliance, monitoring and enforcement in the mining sector. But I'm not standing here as the DMRE. I'm standing here representing the joint colleagues in the law enforcement cluster. I was tasked with a responsibility of doing a joint briefing on the observations of the PPC for the past couple of days, from the 24th up until today. So this presentation is not specific to Gauteng, but it covers the areas that have been raised by the committee since they came here in the previous week. It's a very short presentation, Chair, and a summary. It's going to give a bit of a purpose of a presentation, the summary of observations that were made, and a few recommendations that the colleagues, as I've mentioned, would like to present to the committee. So as I've said, the purpose of this presentation is to provide a summary of observation and recommendations to the PPC on mineral resources and energy, on the threats of illegal mining and related criminal activities, on the basis of the oversight conducted between the 24th up until today. Yesterday, the chair and the honorable members asked the question, what are the drivers of illegal mining? And I think we had been speaking about this in different formats or in different formats to say that there are a number of drivers of illegal mining, as we have seen in the country. What we are realizing is that the market for illicit mining is growing domestically, regionally and internationally. So that's one of the biggest pull factors that is driving the activity of illegal mining. And this is not only experienced in the precious metals and precious minerals like diamonds, but we are also seeing it with the chrome. And obviously, steel manufacturing in other parts of the world is growing at an alarming rate. And there is a need for certain commodities that will assist in the manufacturing of steel, and chrome is one of them. We've also seen that there is a growing uncontrolled immigration of undocumented persons within this country from the neighboring states, and not only the neighboring states, but also in the rest of Africa, as well as in other parts of the world, especially in the Southeast Asia. We've seen also that there has been a huge growth in the number of murders, illegal firearms, smuggling of illegal firearms, explosives, human trafficking, and drugs, amongst others. If you look at the statistics from what the colleagues have shared over the past few days, in a number of arrests that are being performed, whether it's operations or in different activities by the law enforcement agencies, we're seeing a huge number of amount of drugs that are being seized in such activities, meaning that the illegal mining has provided a seedbed for the proliferation of other criminal activities, which will destroy the country. We've also seen that there is limited intelligence to deter the scourge of criminality in illegal mining. And this has a serious effect on the security of the state and is affecting the state's sovereignty. We've also realized that some of the pull factors into the scourge of illegal mining is the derelict and ownerless mines, or the mines that are abandoned, whether they are ownerless or they have owners. But we are seeing that those are the pull factors that attract people who engage in this activity. We must also indicate that whilst illegal mining is taking place in these abandoned mines, but we are seeing a growth also of activities within the existing mines which are licensed, the licensed operations. So the illegal mining is not only taking place in abandoned mines, it is also taking place where the mining activities that are existing are being hijacked. We are also seeing the growth and proliferation of informal settlements, which are especially built on top of the outcrop or existing old edits that allow ease of access into the illegal mining areas. And we are now realizing that for as long as we also don't deal with the issue of the informal settlement, we are making these areas as suitable ingress points for people to hide behind the informal settlement and then access these active mine areas. So there is a need for special planning to discourage the rampant opening of holdings, especially in the previously mined areas. We've also realized that in our combined efforts as the law enforcement authorities, the lack of resources to undertake our activities is a big challenge. And whilst we appreciate that the fiscal ability of the country to provide excessive amount of resources is limited, but the limitation in combating enforcement activities is being seriously hampered by the lack of resources in this particular space. We are realizing that the increase in the scourge of illegal mining results in the state losing a lot of mineral-based revenue. For example, the taxes are not paid, and as you'll be aware, honorable members and chairperson, that when the mineral dispensation was changed in 2004 with the introduction of the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act, there was an obligation that with the state having attained custodianship of minerals in South Africa, there was a contingent responsibility for the people who are in the space of minerals or who are in the practice of mining to pay royalties to the state, because these are non-renewable resources. And the state has to be able to manage and administer these resources for the benefits of the country. So if the state is unable to keep hold of the people who are mining in the country and be able to generate the sufficient revenue, mineral-based revenue, then the country is losing a lot of revenue in that instance. We've also seen that there is a growing complaints and allegations against state officials, be it in the police, be it in the department, that there is some form of collusion between the illegal miners and state officials. But also there are a number of enablers as well, which are within our communities, which provides a seeding environment for the proliferation of illegal mining activities. Classical example, some of the informal settlements in RDP houses that are owned by South Africans are being leased and rented out to illegal miners to obviously further develop their activities associated with that. And the whole value chain also include people who are supplying food, explosives, and a number of other implements that allows illegal mining to be undertaken. We've also realized that legislation, and this cuts across chairperson, the legislation in different pockets of legislation which is sitting within the DMRE, within the South African Police Service, within the custom environment. Yesterday there was an indication that, for example, when the gold is being mined in South Africa, it is smuggled outside of the Republic, and then it comes back into South Africa and becomes an in-transit mineral destined to other countries where South African legislation doesn't have jurisdiction, but only the declaration of such minerals in terms of the Custom and Excise Act. So now we're seeing also that gap providing a seeding environment to allow for the minerals mined in the country smuggled outside and then being brought in transit where South African legislation doesn't have jurisdiction. In the past few days, the members expressed to the law enforcement agencies and the whole House that we need to improve our collaboration as law enforcement agencies to optimize the resources and limited capabilities that we have. So this was talking to all of us, South African Police Service, Crime Intelligence, DPCIs, State Security, NPA, Asset Forfeiture, SARS and Customs, as well as other related departments, for example, the Department of Mineral Resources, Home Affairs, DERCO, Human Settlements, and other departments. And there is a need also for us to partner with provincial and local government, as well as other research and state-owned, parastatal and state-owned entities to do research, further research into the area that affects illegal mining. So we have accepted that, Chair, that we will improve collaboration as law enforcement agencies. I must indicate that the work that has been done so far, we have remained resilient with the limited capacity that we have. I see some of the colleagues here that we almost need an office in each other's offices because we spend so much time together planning different operations in trying to deal with the scourge of illegal mining. The members also reflected to us that there is a need for the department to increase their activities insofar as compliance monitoring and enforcement in the mining sector. One of the responsibilities that the committee has placed upon us is that the state has to take an active role in holding mines responsible for their rehabilitation. And it cannot be that the state continuously remains responsible for derelict and ownerless mines where there are companies that can be held responsible for such activities. The members also reflected on the fact that we have to relook at the issue of the rehabilitation funds and make sure that the companies that are granted with rights to mine in the Republic do not abandon their mining operations, and they also do take responsibility for their rehabilitation. So this is a responsibility that has been given to the department to ensure that they really play an active role in this space. The DMRE must also hold accountable mining companies who neglect their rehabilitation duties. So, some of the proposition that has been made in the General Laws Amendment, as we have indicated over the past few days, is that we need to amend our legislation to allow for consequences where mining operations or mining companies abandon their operation, because at present there is an obligation that mines must rehabilitate, but there's no consequence for abandonment. So these are some of the areas that we need to strengthen as we amend the legislation in this current process. The members also indicated that there has to be a strong oversight and regulation of the second-hand gold, as well as the refineries, which are seen as activities that also enables the proliferation of illegal mining, especially in the gold sector. And then the principle of use it or lose it. Use it or lose it, sorry, there was a mistake there. Use it or lose it has got to be applied in the minerals industry. So there are a number of companies that have neglected their operations, but the state has not cancelled those rights. And there was a strong message from the members of the portfolio committee that when companies have simply placed their companies in business rescue or under care and maintenance, the department seems to be laxed in their approach insofar as holding them and ensuring that they undertake their responsibilities. On immigration, the committee shared with us that the issue of illegal immigration in the country is a challenge, and they implored on the enforcement agencies to ensure that all undocumented immigrants are prosecuted and thereafter deported. So that is an aspect that we have noted. Whilst we take note of the challenges that we have in the immigration legislation, which the Department of Home Affairs is at pains trying to deal with the issues surrounding issues of immigration in the country. There was also a recommendation that there has to be discussions with neighboring countries that are contributing to the issue of illegal immigration, and especially as it affects issues of illegal mining. And the proposal from the committee was that this discussion have got to be held by Home Affairs as well as the relevant entities. DERCO, for example, is one of them, to deal with the issue of illegal immigration. Also, the Border Management Agency or Authority, Public Works, and SANDF, there was also a recommendation to say we need to have a mechanism to strengthen the borders for the management of migration in the country, as well as the harmonization of the application of immigration legislation by especially our courts within the justice cluster. That issue was raised especially because some of the, especially in the Northwest province, where it came up that some of the courts are not willing to grant deportation orders, or they grant, they issue very minimal sentences insofar as people who have contravened legislation, and there are challenges in that regard. So the Department of Justice is here in task to say there has to be the harmonization of how we implement the immigration legislation in the country, especially where people are appearing before our courts. The intelligence agencies and detectives, we understood also from the committee that there has to be a broader analysis of this illegal mining activity. We have to do a big analysis of the countries of origin, the characters of the people, the profiling that needs to happen insofar as dealing with the scourge of illegal mining. The training of investigators, my colleague General Khanna has just indicated that there is now a process that has already been undertaken to deal with the issue of how do we charge people who are engaged in this kind of a practice. As well as, obviously, we've spoken about the General Laws Amendment that is currently in process, which will be tabled in Parliament in the next a couple of months to accelerate the agent proposal legislative changes that are required to deal with the scourge. From a serious and organized crime point of view, the committee reflected that the structures responsible for serious and organized economic crimes and corruption is required to also firm up and target this type of organized crime and deal with the syndicated element of the practice. And that has been taken, and I saw the presentation by the colleagues has also reflected in that, because what we've noted is that this type of criminal activity, which is illegal mining, also includes money laundering. There's many other crimes that are associated, which are transnational or cross-border criminal activities, which are organized, that needs to be dealt at that particular level, including tax evasions. And obviously, we've already indicated that these types of criminal activities, they undermine the sovereignty of the country and are a threat to national security and requires a serious consideration. From a prosecutorial point of view, the NPA and law enforcement agencies, there was a big issue raised during the past few days that whilst law enforcement agencies are dealing with the runners, the people who are being caught on a daily basis undertaking illegal mining, but where are the enablers of this scourge? They also have to be prosecuted in a similar way, and heavy sentence must be meted against them. And there was also a proposal that there has to be a classification of illegal mining as a priority and a serious crime. And Lieutenant General Libya yesterday explained what is the process that we're currently undertaking at the point. There was also a proposal to say that the district courts have a very limited jurisdiction in trying this type of high-profile cases. Instead, there should be a recommendation that says these types of courts should be tried at a higher court, like regional courts or high courts, that have got a jurisdiction to meter sentences which are much higher than what the district court can do. And this is why we are seeing that the level of sentences meted against the illegal miners at the district level is usually very minimal. In most instances, is like penal sentences where somebody pays a fine. There was a case in Limpopo where it was reported in the media that a Chinese national who was undertaking illegal mining had chrome in his possession. I think it was to the tune of over 2 million rand. And there's a number of other things that he was charged for. But the sentencing, he was fined, I think he was required to pay about 6,000 rand, if I'm not mistaken, which was a very minimal fine for the damage that he had caused. So there is some kind of harmonization that needs to be done, especially when we are dealing with prosecution of these cases. There was also a proposal that if there are resources available, we need to also look at establishing specialized criminal courts where it is possible and feasible, and maybe where there is a high risk insofar as those areas or within their jurisdiction. But obviously this will be dependent on the availability of resources, whether this can be done. On small-scale mining, the committee raised comments insofar as government's response to assisting people who want to enter lawfully into the business of small-scale mining. And the Department of Mineral Resources was criticized in their failure to provide sufficient support for this type of category of miners. And by this, the critique was not aimed at saying that to legalize or to have small-scale miners will deal with the illegal mining, but this is a specific dedicated response mechanism by government to assist people who want to lawfully enter into mining industry at a smaller scale. So this area, it requires, we've taken note, Chairperson, that we need to do more work as a department into dealing with the issue of small-scale mining. Then the recommendations to the PPC, this is now the last slide. We are recommending that the issue relating to combating these transnational crimes, we should also encourage other neighboring states to also deal with the issue of illicit trafficking of illicit minerals. Because jointly, through their effort, we will then be able to deal with the challenges that are facing South Africa at the present moment. There needs to be cooperation with law enforcement agencies of those neighboring states to jointly fight the scourge of illegal mining. And also urgently deal with illegal immigration and porous borders with our neighboring states. The state intelligence agencies must play an active role in developing intelligence that is responsible for activities on illegal mining. We've already spoken about the General Laws Amendment process. Legislative amendments to deal with the possession of chrome was also another issue that came up in the Northwest, so that we are able to regulate that space. I think it came out very strongly when we were in the chrome belt in the Rayhook area. And provincial and local government should deal with the issue of human settlement, so that we are able to jointly deal with the issue of illegal mining. Classical case in point is the Riverlea, where the members of the committee undertook a visit, where we've realized that some of the activities that might be needed or that will be needed urgently is alternative land use for that area of Riverlea in order to discourage the activities of illegal mining. Then lastly, Chair, fiscal limitations. The financial resources are a constraint and a big constraint in dealing with illegal mining. And I must say that the work that the law enforcement agencies are undertaking with limited resources should actually be applauded, because the successes that we've been able to have up until this point in time with the limitations that we have is really commendable. However, additional resources are needed across the board. And I think that is all we wanted to share, Chairperson. Insofar as our collaboration with the different agencies, there's still a lot more work that needs to be done. And we really appreciate the committee visiting us and getting an understanding of the nature of challenges that confronts us. But the commitment is there to fight this scourge together. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Sis Mobile. Honorable members, we are now going to interact with the presentations made. Then we will deliberate. Just is it Kana? One small correction. No, we didn't visit Northern Cape. It was the rest of the other provinces, yes. It was Gauteng, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Free State, and Northwest. I think that is one issue. But let's combine the reports. Unfortunately, the reports are combined, including the consolidated one. So we hope some time to come when we ask questions, someone from Justice can just respond on something that affects the MR to the level of the knowledge. I know at this stage you have not reached that level. So when you respond, I know each one will take what is relevant to, and then we are able to do this thing. But let me say this. This presentation, there's only one thing that is good. It proves that if all our efforts are directed in finding a solution, it is possible. And I think we must appreciate the fact that you have sacrificed all your days except one department. It's so unfortunate because we are not doing these things for ourselves. We are doing these things because there are our people who are looking for answers. Just yesterday when we were getting confused where we are going in Riverlea, I was saying if it means we must go on our own because we want police to escort us when we go there. Those people there are there on their own at times. So if by accident, not by choice, you don't go to a gun when you see it. You try by all means to avoid. But if you can't avoid it, so be it. So we are doing all these sacrifices because there are people who are in need of being rescued. There are people who are sitting on an imposed, unofficial curfew that they can't move at a certain time, that they fear what could happen. The consequences are dire for them. So I appreciate the fact that you do your best. They always say when you struggle, no one wants to be your colleague or to be next to you. But when you celebrate victory, everyone wants to be seen to have made a contribution. Unfortunately, celebrations are more attended than the moments and the period of struggle. So don't give up. We will criticize where we have, like now, if we want to criticize you, we'll criticize you. But at least it's better you are criticized, but you are still at work. So it is unfortunate that Treasury did not see the importance of being here. So that when we've tried to find solutions, they can also be part of finding a solution. They just saw it as you know, this thing of feeling that you own something. Their sense of feeling that the whole issue, only the MRE should come and account. It's not This is not a platform to account. This is a platform to share ideas. We can't make you from NPA to come and account in a portfolio committee of mineral resources and energy. Neither we can make police do so, neither we can make Home Affairs to do so. We see this platform as a platform where you are trying to help us in this field of mineral resources and energy to find a solution. Like it is stated even in the rules of Parliament, any person who can assist the committee to perform its duties. You are here to assist this committee to perform its duties and be able to find a solution. So it is regrettable then that one department will feel that, no, the department that is accounting to you is mineral resources and energy. We know that, that is clear. So your being here, please feel free. You are assisting us so that at the end of the day we can be able to resolve. It's no longer even a nightmare now. I don't know what to call it. But sometimes when it's dark, you may think there will never be light. So let's just see that as a way of assisting in finding a solution on the people who are in dire need or at this moment. Honorable members, let me take your hands. Honorable Malinga, Honorable Lorima, Honorable Phillips. Okay. Oh no, okay. The lady in black, yes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, members of the Portfolio Committee, and all stakeholders in our midst. Chairperson, let me welcome both the presentation. I have just a few questions. On recommendation 14 from the DPCI document, where are my notes now? Yes. On slide 6, what resources do they require, Chairperson? And are they already procured, or what is the budget for those resources, Chair? The second question, Chairperson, is on slide 13. On the 4 projects closed by the Hawks, what criteria do they use to confirm that a project is closed? And what has been their measurement of success for these closed projects? On recommendations 20, Chairperson, on slide 7, when we were in the Northwest, Mr. Makubela said there is no DMRE official that has been involved in illegal mining. But on this document, Chair, we see that there are people who have been arrested and are awaiting trial, which is will be on the 30th of August 2023. From the department side, has there been any consequence management? Chair, on recommendation 21, I see here they say they have profiled the kingpins and beneficiaries. Profiling, does it equal to prosecution? If I may check that one, Chair. And on the last document that was given to us, on the recommendation, I think it's the first recommendation, which talks about Chrome. So I want to check from the department, because maybe my memory is not serving me right, that legislative amendments to deal with possession of Chrome so that it is regulated to deter its conveyancing just like precious metals and diamonds. Is chrome not included in the MPRDA because it falls under minerals? Maybe I am wrong there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I am disappointed by what we're seeing here. Those Krugersdorp rapes happened in July last year. We did a major round as the Committee of Investigations in September and October last year. What essentially has happened since then? Well, let's look at some of what we've heard this morning. There's still no skills capacity in the security services. They're still busy identifying specialist resources. The whole country still has not adopted the successful techniques in the Free State. They are still facilitating the use of technology. They've not yet got to organize all the role players to work together. There's still no change in the judicial approach. Is anybody really serious about this? Because it doesn't seem so to me. Certainly the Treasury hasn't come to the party. We've heard that. So let's look at the successes. Okay, one senior official prosecuted in the department. I'd like to know at what level that person is. We've had 6 operations we hear about in Northwest Province. 6 operations, 5 arrests. That's not very much of a return on investment, is it? 5 arrests. We're told 6,450 arrests. We're not told how many convictions there have been. Now, we all know that it's fine to arrest zamazamas. There's a plentiful supply of them. There are many desperate people out there who will take huge risks just to get some money. Where are the arrests of kingpins? Nothing's recorded. I can only assume there haven't been any. Preservation orders. We're told 13 million rand. 13 million rand. Well, the Minerals Council estimates the loss to the country every year from illegal mining is 7 billion rand. 13 million rand is around 0.2% of the value of illegal mining. This is not a deterrent to illegal mining. Everybody talks about the problems. We all agree on the problems. In more than a year, very little has been done. I make these remarks not so much in the hope that they will change anything, and I'm sure some people will criticize me for making them, and I cannot regrettably stay for the rest of today's program. But really, what is the point? Until government gets serious about this, nothing is going to change.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you to the chair, and also thank you for the presentations. Like my 2 previous colleagues before me, I'm also very disappointed. We have a lot of recommendations, but not much that's actually been done. Where's the timelines that go with these recommendations? Where's the list of what we need to do to get the recommendations carried out? Where is the list of who is going to actually carry them out? It's just more like a wish list. The legislative amendments to deal with chrome, that would be absolutely amazing. Who's going to do it? Is it going to be a committee bill? Is it going to be a private member's bill? When are we going to do it? It can't take that long. Let's get it done now. But let's put a name to it. Let's give somebody the authority to do it, or the responsibility to do it. And then something that we haven't actually dealt on, and that is the wastage of resources, our natural resources that we encounter because of illegal mining. Because of the way the recovery is done, we are not recovering the maximum amount of our metals or our precious metals. If the process is done properly, you can get about a 21% recovery for chrome. But in the illegal process, you would be lucky to be getting 14 to 16%. Now, the chrome that is being left behind will not be economical to go back and recover. So that becomes a resource that is lost to our country. It becomes an income that is lost to our country. And we need to make sure that when we go in to recover our resources, we do so as efficiently as possible for the benefit of every single person in our country. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the opportunity, and thanks for the for the reports that and presentations that were made. I just have got 4 questions, or maybe statements for clarification. One, maybe for a lack of information, I would want to understand what you call an ideal Free State approach in terms of multidisciplinary, that you actually recommend that it must be nationalized, excuse the pun. The second question is on the usage of private security. As much as we understand the role that private security play in force multiplying and also increasing visibility, but I think there is more on how we vet the private securities. If we have to be able to deal successfully with illegal mining, one of the things, or crime in general, one of the important things is the issue of vetting of the private securities, because seemingly there is a very huge amount of private securities that are mushrooming everywhere. And my worry, and I think is maybe the worry and anxiety for many, is how they get to be vetted, or are they also part of these bigger actually syndicates that we see. The third one is the issue on capacity. Indeed, you have identified where the need is, particularly in terms of policing, or the capacity in the SAPS in terms of training and skilling. But I didn't hear you speak about the tactical, or should I say military upscale of the force, because we know that in many areas the Zamazamas are actually fully and highly armed, and our police somehow they do find themselves in a space or in a situation where they can't successfully deal with them in terms of ammunition and in terms of arms. So my question on capacity is also on that aspect of fully militarizing our approach in terms of dealing with this. And then lastly, you know, the issue of officials or police or whoever involved in these syndicates, there should be a very stern and a firm way of how to deal with it, you know, but it should be accompanied with evidence. You know, we shouldn't be saying that we want sterner sentences or sterner punishment for those who are involved, but I think we should be able to say we need to, you know, because if we call maybe for life sentence for somebody like that, it should be on a back and at the back of a proper prosecution and evidence that would be provided. And maybe as a closing, the issue of the timelines is also important. I think that's maybe one thing that I will agree with the honorable member there from, that we really need timelines so that we don't just have an open-ended actually strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. You have made a presentation jointly, except the first one. You are going to respond jointly. I don't know who the question is, the questions are directed to. You will select which one is related to your area of work and respond accordingly. I will start on this row, going back anyone who wants to respond to a particular or specific question is welcome to do so. Can we give the mic to... I did not see your hand noted. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will start by, I think I will just deal with the questions in the order that it was dealt with. And during the course, with your permission, Chairperson, I will request assistance from DMRE, the colleague, to maybe just request where I think maybe she's better suited to deal with that answer. The first question dealt with the what resources. I will not say only DPCI, but I will deal with the issue of resources as the police as a whole. Because when we deal with operations for mining, it is not just the DPCI who's involved with it. We are dealing with it as the police in a whole. I think the issue when we speak about illegal mining, it is us maybe looking at upping the increase the manpower that we need to have dedicated to the aspect of illegal mining. There is people assigned, but I think we need to look at increase of manpower in that regard. The one area that also needs improvement is the issue of legislation. I think that one of the honorable members spoke about the issue of chrome. That's exactly one of the areas of the legislation needs to be dealt with. And when I say this, I have been advised by my national head that some of these legislative processes are currently before Parliament processes and are being dealt with to some extent. The one serious, I think I dealt with it in my presentation, was the aspect of all equipment ceased. And I spoke with General Zulu behind me. I know her department is very, very busy in dealing with operations in that regard.
Maybe before you proceed to the next question, what is it that, in terms of legislation around chrome, needs to be dealt with? What is the issue?
Can I just ask the... Okay.
Thank you, honorable members. The law as it stands regarding chrome today, it remains unregulated. The Mineral and Petroleum Development Act thank you. The Mineral Petroleum and Development Act doesn't address, doesn't criminalize chrome, same as diamond and other precious metals, because we have the Diamond Act, we have the Precious Metals Act. Precious Metals Act doesn't address the chrome. So now we prosecute, based on Section 5, capital A of the Mineral and Petroleum Development Act. So if it then requires you to effect arrest at crime scene, the suspect must be found mining at crime scene, because the act doesn't criminalize possession, trading in that fashion. Same as Precious Metals Act and the Diamond Act. Now, there is a lacuna in that regard. So what we do, pending the legislative amendment, we have made our input, is that we prosecute for theft, the common law offenses, because now you are stealing from the state. Everything beneath us belongs to the state, represented by the DMR as being the custodians. That is according to that act. So it's theft. And therefore there will be other common law offenses, like we'll go after if you are transporting or you are found to be in possession, obviously Section 36 will come into picture, possession of suspected stolen property. The onus will then be on you with regard to how you acquired and possessed sale. So now, you know, the only piece of legislation is Section 5, capital A of the Mineral and Petroleum Development Act. That is mining without permit and or authorization or license. And then we read with Section 98 and 98 of the same, that's relating to penalty clauses. So that's where we seek now the amendment to say, you know, it must be regulated the same as diamond and gold in terms of the Precious Metals Act and the Diamond Act.
Okay. No, thank you so much.
Thank
you. To the yes. My apologies, sir, for stopping you. I just thought I understand the question to need you to go into detail. What about Chrome? And I think you did that perfectly. You can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Then the one other area that maybe we need assistance and resources is when it comes to storage facilities. Now, when you plan an operation for illegal mining, the chances are that you will be faced with having to seize a lot of mining equipment. And this mining equipment is all these things I think that I mentioned in the actually what has been taken and during operations. Now, when you come to the seizure is one thing. Where do we store those implements? Becomes a problem because you need very big spaces as storage facilities for that. And we, as a police, we have gone out and we are engaging with our supply chain management officers, and it's an ongoing process. We may even have to think of acquiring big spaces just for the sake of storage facilities. But it does extend beyond illegal mining. And I think when I speak in answer of the question, as the NCSMT committee, which also encompasses DMRE inside, the one aspect is the police are dealing and doing a lot of operations. And I can safely state that in Northwest, there was a very big, at the gold mine, there was a big operation whereby it ended up in having a shootout. I think they said for 12 hours with illegal miners inside the shaft. I think it was shaft number 5 where they went in. And after everything, we asked the question, now if we do these operations, what next? Now we have driven out these illegal miners out of the shaft. They are out, the shaft is now empty. What is now needed, it is for that areas and all these holes that have been driven out is to be secured. Because if you go and you drive them out after a long battle, and sometimes there's casualties and fatalities that happens during all these shootings, then what happens after this? These areas needs to be secured now. Then after the securitization of these areas, it also needs, the rehabilitation needs to take place now. And I think that is where the DMRE is struggling, and it's painful for them to be able, when we sit in the meetings and I ask the colleagues in the meeting, but how far are we in this process? Only for them to be sitting with its main issue is budget. I went a long way to say it's budget. To get securities, to secure the area, is money. The rehabilitation, although there's a rehabilitation fund to which all mining houses do, but it's still very costly because the rehabilitation fund also does not cater for the increases in the prices with time. So those are the aspects that I can say in that regard. Then the next questions dealt with the criteria used to check if a project, when a project is closed, if I captured it correctly, ma'am, when we set up and draft a project plan, the project plan has objectives, and the objectives covers, the best part is the suspects. Who are the targets that we are dealing with, as well as other objectives within the plan. And we assess the closure of the project in line with how many of these objectives have been reached and to what extent were we able to reach our objectives. It's not 100 out of 100%. But if we have reached the bulk or the better part of our objectives, then we would regard that project as successfully closed. And in some instances, we would also say, no, we cannot, although we are closing it, but we were not successful in the dealing with this project. Sir, I've taken note of your concerns and comments. If you would allow me to take it as your comments on the Krugersdorp incident, your unhappiness, which I think may be justified, and the preservation orders. I think the preservation orders, if I may say, Chairperson, it may have been understated with the emphasis on may. But I know there are a lot of confiscations and preservation orders. Sometimes you leave one detail out and you change the bigger picture. And I think that will just cause me to go back and look at our presentation and the figures which have been stated. I've also taken note of the issue of the timelines with which the lady was not happy with, the honorable member. I think it's something that we must go back and go and look at our timelines, and maybe when we do the next presentation, indicate the timelines with which we will deal with it. The role of private security. General Zulu, are you going to deal with it, or should I continue? Okay. The issue was rather the vetting that the gentleman raised, the vetting of the private security. It is so that when the state brings in resources, external resources, the contract may state that the security must be vetted. But the level of vetting depends, because now if we are vetted in the police, we are vetted by state security, and you take the DPCI members, all of us are being vetted on top security, which is a very, very rigorous process. But I think the vetting of securities is rather done on a confidential and a high screening session. But I cannot say that is only that, but I think that is what the securities are being subjected to. I will ask the capacity and the tactical approach. Of course, Chair, you will allow me to say that I don't think that this platform is a place where we can really get into the tactical approach of the police. Safe to say that when we do plan operations, it is a total 5-pillar approach that we do, and the 5 pillars covers from our crime intelligence involvement and the role they have to play, to our visible policing, which covers a couple of areas and involvement of our members, the crime prevention, the uniform police. Then we have the combating section, that is pillar 3, which deals with how we're going to, if there's resistance from these minors, which sections of the police will we be using in dealing with such resistance. Then our pillar 4 is the detectives area, what the role of reactive policing would then be. And the 5th pillar is our communications leg. How best do we communicate with the outside world in that regard? But it is a proper, planned, and strategized approach to say that we do use the manpower necessary for any problem that may occur. The involvement, I heard what the other members spoke about, the militarization or approach. I think we will deal with it in the same fashion to say this is the approach that the police have adopted. Then the involvement of police in illegal mining and the activities of police members, officers in that regard. I can safely say those are acts of corruption. And we deal with it as an act of corruption, and the DPCI, as the national head has indicated, do have a section dealing with serious corruption, and the SAPs, the general detectives, also has a section dealing with corruption. Depending on who is involved and the manner of corruption that's involved, it will be dealt with by either of the two policing environments. I will just ask if maybe there's anything I may have left out for my colleague to... Oh, sorry, General.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I just need to touch on...
Just a second. Honorable Malinga, what is your issue? No. We can't enter how the police deal with the questions. Can you please proceed?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We thought that the chair directed that it must go in this lane. That is why we thought that I can come in. There are just need to add on the 3 areas that the colleague has not touched on. The first one is what profiling is of kingpins, whether this profiling also mean prosecution. Simply no. Profiling does not mean prosecution. It's unpacking of the subject that has been identified so that we know in a sense what is this individual involved in, what are the properties and the activities that the individual that we are working on is involved in. It's only after arrest that that investigation may now proceed to prosecution. So I just needed to clarify on that one. The next one is we are seeing the arrest of illegal miners, but what happens to the kingpins? When we do these disruptions at the place where there are illegal mining, one of the idea is to identify the kingpins. And indeed, as an example, when the mineral and energy resources were presenting here on the night joints, they have also highlighted the arrest of the kingpin in Limpopo, who was sentenced with 80,000 rands, or 2 months, 6 months imprisonment, of which he volunteered to pay the fine. Those are, but that is a kingpin that was arrested after the arrest of those who were doing illegal mining. We arrested those who were doing illegal mining, and then working from there, we managed to reach the this kingpin. There are other kingpins that we have arrested. A number of them are being mentioned when we release the media statement. I think as an example, one can just indicate the one that we have dealt with in Gauteng. Recently, where 6 individuals were arrested. Just last week, we have reached a stage where preservation has been done on 81 of their properties. So these are but some of the things that immediately after arrest you may not see, but we continue with the investigation. And I think that the advocates Rebo have indicated yesterday the prosecution of these kingpins, that the matters go to High Court. This is the one that we are focusing on level 3 to 5. Just to cite as the last one, the successes. that they have been seen, that we mentioned a few here. We did not unpack all of the successes that have been achieved. And if we were to do that, it will need voluminous pages. We just summarize that it is that figure of 6,450. If we unpack that, that is where one will see the seriousness of this. As an example, you may have read when we say that 87 illegal miners have been convicted and sentenced to share 696 years imprisonment. And in that particular space, last 2 weeks ago, you may have read when we say we arrested 30 illegal miners with 6 firearms from the very same home where we have arrested many other suspects, where we seized more than 14 rifles, including 14 AK-47 and the like. So we may not have unpacked all of these successes that we achieve, but rest assured that there are successes that we deal with, and on each and every arrest we try to identify who are the recipients of these minerals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to members of the portfolio, honorable members of the portfolio committee. I'm going to attempt to respond to Dr. Bandile Masugu's comment. He, in fact, raised the point understanding what you call the Free State approach in relation to the multidisciplinary approach, and also upscaling in relation to the Zamazamas, considering the fact that these people are using the high caliber firearms. And my colleagues have also responded to others, like for an example, in relation to the syndicates. But what I want to say, or maybe to add to what my colleagues have said, especially in relation to the 5-pillar approach. Considering the constant change in criminal modus operandi, we too in the South African Police Service, we accordingly effect the necessary changes in our crime-fighting efforts, and we deploy the new strategies to ensure that we remain equal to the task at hand. It is against this backdrop that on the 8th of May this year, the South African Police Services implemented what we call Operation Chanela, which was launched nationally on the 15th of July. That is why even in the Free State it is implemented. While we currently enrolling it throughout the provinces, I must say that Operation Chanela have been so successful. What distinguishes Operation Chanela from other operation directive is that the emphasis is placed on multidisciplinary structures, multiplicity, integration and coordination of resources. Since its inception, we have embarked on decisive and swift action to stabilize the crime situation in the country. Operation Chanela continues to bear fruits. Up to so far, Chair, 1,550 illegal and unlicensed firearms we have recovered, and more than 744 vehicles that were stolen or hijacked we have recovered, and 129,499 kilograms of copper cable we have recovered. So what I'm trying to say is that it is successful. It is a multidisciplinary team, and it consists of all the multidisciplinary structures where we have those that can match toe-to-toe how these criminals operate, especially when we enforce or we work according to our strategy of the 5-pillar approach, where we have your TRT, your other structures that can match the same structures. In relation to the kingpins, these people successfully operate like successful businessmen. Lowest risk, maximum gain. They are not deeply involved, but we do have an investigation that we have launched that involved the task teams. We do have investigations that are running that is focusing only on the kingpins, and those investigations are coming up nicely. Thank you very much.
Before that, can the mic follow the rows?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I thought maybe I'm not supposed to talk, but I was going to fight because it's a Women's Month. Over and above of what has been said, I just want to start with the Free State issue because it seems as if everything that we are doing, it's not impacted positively, or it's not seen as impacting positively. When we started in Free State in 2019, I was one of the people that was leading the task team. We chose Free State because of number of incidents that were happening there. And what the committee needs to understand is that what's been implemented in Free State is we are not going to be able to utilize it in any other 5 provinces that are affected by illegal mining. The strategies that we are using in all 6 provinces are different because what is mining there illegally is not the same. And the strategies used or modus operandi used by illegal miners is also not the same. I will take an example of Northwest. Northwest is a mixture of what's happening in Free State, and it's chrome, is any other minerals that are mining there. We have Mpumalanga, we have Gauteng, we have Limpopo. So therefore, what worked for Free State, it was the closing of the shafts and pushed the illegal miners to Northwest. That what worked. The strategy that we used in Free State is a very same strategy that can be used in any other areas that can be identified as we can use it or usable for that strategy. But it's not going to work in all the areas because what's happening on the ground is not the same as happening in Free State or Gauteng. So now we have the integrated plan, and there's a lot of work that have been done. We have different work streams. I'm not going to explain because it's already explained. But we have different work streams that's dealing with illegal mining and trying to address all the gaps that have been identified so that the impact of the resources, that the capacity that is put on the ground to fight illegal mining is seen by the whole country. There are different engagements with our neighboring countries to try and assess. There are things that we cannot share maybe in some of the platforms that we have identified as we engage the neighboring countries. But the fight against illegal mining is there. And maybe sooner or later, the positive impact or the strategies that we are implementing will bear fruit. There's an integrated teams in 6 provinces that are affected. Yes, we first used the capacity that has been established last year to deal with critical infrastructure. Some of the areas or responsibilities were illegal mining. But looking at the extent of the problem of illegal mining, the department have seen that there must be a specialized units specifically for illegal mining. And that work is at the 99%. The resources that we have requested, we were just now 2 weeks ago, requested by the Office of the President to present to him what resources do we need to be able to fight this because he wants the country back. We have tabled the resources and we have requested the funds for us to fight this. This is huge than anybody can think. Yes, the little resources that we are currently using, we're doing much. As I said, unfortunately, General Libya said if we presented our work, that will shock because it's much that we're doing. But we also understand that it has the negative impact, the illicit mining. But as we said, there is collaboration with the 3 working streams trying to fight in different areas, so that whatever we do as an integrated approach or multidisciplinary approach is being seen bearing fruit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General. I'm going to take the question on state officials being involved in illegal mining. I just want to indicate that whenever such are identified, they are investigated and then dealt with. And such information doesn't necessarily have to be shared openly, because an investigation is a tight space where information has got to be preserved. So we will not go into the details of the case that the colleagues have referred to, because that case will be ventilated in the courts in the next couple of weeks. On the issue of resources, again, I'm echoing the sentiments of the colleagues. For example, the department has only approved that in fighting illegal mining, we only have 3 investigators for the whole country. And those 3 resources must be spread between Free State, between the 6 provinces, which are high-risk provinces. And it's virtually impossible for the department to be involved in operations in the 6 provinces simultaneously with the law enforcement agencies, with only 3 investigators for the country. So the approval by the DPSA and National Treasury to decentralize and avail resources so that we can have provincial footprint will actually assist our spread insofar as impact, and then we'll be able to make a meaningful impact in dealing with illegal mining. But as we've said, dealing with illegal mining does not necessarily only require the prosecutorial element and investigation, but it requires other aspects as well, which we've already indicated that we need to deal with, obviously subject to the availability of resources. So yes, a lot of work is being done, and it's not to say that not much has been done. There is a lot of work that has been done. It will take us the whole day or maybe weeks to explain each individual area where operations has been undertaken, amount of resources seized, how much we have in preservation, how much we have in forfeiture. I must also indicate that the other element we are now starting to pick up also is that when assets are under preservation orders and they are also forfeited, there is a likelihood that the same syndicated criminal elements will then go buy the assets which are forfeited, because that will now fall within the curator's hands, where the assets must be forfeited and maybe sold on auction. So there is also a likelihood of that happening. But the AFU in our last engagement indicated that they will have to close the loops insofar as that disposal of assets at the conclusion of a forfeiture process. But certainly a lot of work is being done, and with the limited resources. And I'm going to just keep on stressing the issue of limited resources, because we do not have the resources to undertake this task. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. There was a question that was asked in relation to, I think it said that there was no judicial approach. That question wasn't really clear, but I'll just attempt to answer in that regard. Basically, why we would have projects would be where targets have been identified and profiled as it has already been indicated. The objective of that will be now where we would want to acquire court-related evidence that will be admissible in court, so that we successfully deal with, the whatever offenses the targets might be committing. In some instances, it could be that we know that these kingpins are involved in illegal activities, but now going to court, it's a different ballgame altogether, in the sense that now we would need to acquire evidence that is admissible. Hence, when we have such projects, we'll have prosecutor-guided investigations, which we call PGI, where now it will be, multidisciplinary team that will be involved, where investigations are guided by the prosecution, of course in consultation with all the teams that might be involved, being your SAPS, the PCI, crime intelligence, FIC, and all those that were mentioned in the presentation as well. Of course, the issue of the resources has already been dealt with. Of course, it will come in a long way in assisting, dealing with this sketch as well. Already yesterday I mentioned the issue of resources in as far as where we would need more money to have resources in, dealing with the issue of forensic investigations. Because now these guys are making a lot of money. They're buying a lot of properties. They're buying a lot of cars as well. So now, in us now trying to hit them in the pocket, as I mentioned yesterday as well, we'll need, more budget for these forensic investigations, which at times we now have to acquire them from the private sector as well. Of course, the issue of the drones as well from the security clusters, so from the private security, might be of assistance in identifying, these operations that are, or as it was indicated by, I think, General Marsha yesterday mentioned that they have spotters. So they would spot the police whilst they're approaching, and then they'll run away. So when they get there, they don't find anybody. But with the assistance of such drones as well, it will be of assistance as well. I thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. A very good morning to yourself and the members of the committee, my colleagues. Chairperson, I thought I should stand on the integrated plan that talks to a lot of issues that colleagues were responding to. As a cluster, Chair, we were called to develop a plan from the strategy that was adopted in 2010 that deals with the issues of illegal mining. The posture that the plan took was to look at what General Zulu touched, which is the work stream approach. The plan adopted the 4-pillar or 4 work stream approach that looks at different areas of addressing the issues of illegal mining and to observe the integrated manner of dealing with issues. So we do have as a cluster, JCPS cluster, of which majority of the department that took a stand this morning reports to, which Chair, looking at the plan that I will not flight it for one reason, Chairperson, that it needs to go through other processes and be approved. But I think what the committee has undertaken is each department responding on what they are doing, which is what is being put in that one basket of the plan. And we're looking at different responsibilities as well in the plan where DMRE and human settlement deal with the pillar 1 of the strategic approach. Then you have the second pillar that looks to the issues of law enforcement and prosecution that is led by the NAT joints. And we'll have the third pillar, which is legal and regulatory framework. The inputs that came as well, I think, piggybacking on what Honorable Lorima highlighted and Honorable Phillips on the issues of the review of the legislations, is that the directive that came from the DG's meeting is that each department needs to take a lead on a relevant legislation that it's an impediment for the department to carry out their duty in as far as this part of illegal mining is concerned. So each department seated here, it's expected to take it up themselves, not to be a part of the recommendation that we want yourselves to assist with, but the departments need to do the identification and follow the processes. Of course, DOJ, it's leading in that space of legal framework and legal and regulatory framework. Then we have another work stream that deals with partnership and community mobilization. Honorable Dr. Masuku did highlighted the issue that has been an issue for the law enforcement of the private security, that as and when we utilize them, because it's one community resource that we require, but there are other processes that need to be undertaken to make sure that there is no challenges. But we have taken note of that input, and we shall continue to do the implementation. I must say, Chairperson, this plan, the overarching approach of the plan, in the main, it's intelligence. So over all these other pillars or the work streams that I'm talking about, the intelligence communities is cutting across. All the intelligence communities that we are having that are serving under the National Joint and Intelligence Strategy, which is the CI, the DI, as well as the state security that is coordinated by NICOC, and the product is then presented back to either NADJOINTS or to the DGs that is related to the issues of illegal mining, to ensure that when we implement these pillars or these work streams that I just highlighted or reflected on them, we take cognizance of the issues of intelligence, that from time to time it will be picked up, and what requires to be reviewed in our approach, it is done. Colleagues have said a lot has been done, Chairperson, in as far as the illegal mining is concerned. Perhaps the challenge will be the manner of keeping the data and presenting the data consistently to reflect on what the departments are doing, which is something that I think when we leave the committee with the recommendation and advices that we have received, we will look into putting everything under one basket of what has happened, what have we done as these departments. Lastly, Chairperson, I must say from time to time is the issues of resources, both physical resources and personnel. As well, it requires finances. In the plan that I'm referring to, we identified as different departments what is required in terms of the resources and how much these resources will require from National Treasury or elsewhere. We are just awaiting the presentation of that budget and to source funding, including the request that we have made that we need to get funding from the CARA fund. So when that has been done, Chairperson, I think with the next oversight, we shall be in the position to do the reflection on this plan that I'm referring to. If it gets approved, it was presented to the DG cluster of JCPS. It was presented to the ministers forum of the JCPS. There were issues to be tidied up, especially on the issue of the resourcing and budget that we were supposed to approve, take it back to the ministers cluster, and it will go to other structures such as SANS and national security for approval, then it can be shared. I thank you, Chairperson.
No, good afternoon, Chair and honorable members, colleagues. I think the question Ms. Kanyile has responded to, it was the one about an official that has links with the department. Now the question, I think in the question, I think what the DPCI was saying is that that official is charged with fraud, not necessarily illegal mining. And the fact that the case is still to appear in court, I think it's set for, I think, the 30th of August. So I at this stage, I'm not sure whether it is a former DMRE employee, because there was a high-profile fraud case related to a former colleague. But I don't think this one, unless there is information we don't know, I don't think it's a serving official. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, just an update to the honorable members that raised a concern that nothing has been done. I think one is that, having noted that most of these people that are found within the space of illegal mining are illegal immigrants, what has been happening ever since this issue of illegal mining emerged is that all the people that were found within that space, they were charged in terms of Section 49. They served their minimal sentence of either 3 months or 2 months or a month. And then from there, we managed to make sure that they are removed. We deported those people. So most of them who have served their sentences, we have ensured that they are subjected to the process of deportation. And even currently, some of those that have been arrested, even those that were arrested yesterday, they are going to be taken through the process when they've served their sentence, and then they will be deported. The other part is the alignment in terms of us moving them out and countering their return from ports of entry, where BMA is also strengthening their space. There's been a lot of operations that they've also been effecting just to make sure that those people that are sent back, they don't come back.
It's my term now to answer questions instead of asking questions. But before I answer your questions, DPCI, let me start with you. I'm one person who doesn't shy away. If you whisper in my ear, just know at the right time I'll raise it. We're in the Northwest. And it's unfortunate that at times the reports, when they come, they are not consistent. We're in the Northwest. An official from DMRE whispers in my ear that their problem in the Northwest, specifically around Sun City, is that they have an instruction from DPCI. I didn't even know those things. Now I'm learning. I can now answer even for police when I'm dealing with minerals. He says they were instructed by DPCI not to do anything. I didn't know this difference. Even now, I don't know whether I'm making a correct difference. That they should not report anything to SAPS that has got a value of more than 500,000. Why he was whispering in my ear, I don't know. Now, it left some perception that there could be some power relations, because for us, DPCI, we thought at times it may not be. As long as it is under one department, we saw it as part of the South African Police Service. It's such that it's a specialized unit, according to even what you gave us, the categories. Now, I was initially told that my first point of call, whether it's fraud, whether it's what, I just go and report to the police station. Then it is the police station that will decide that this matter is, because if it did not say it, then I'm going to go to that man there, Mr. Maqubela, to do his job, because it means was misleading us. Is there such a thing? Because we're asking a simple question. You have a problem, go and report to the police. Police will then decide that this value of 500,000 requires our lovely term, the hawks. See, there's only one thing I always say to people. They are, when you see that car, there's a blue lights, you don't know whether they are looking for you or not. So, is there such a thing? Or is completely misleading? That's point one. Point two, another official says, I was there, everyone heard this thing. He says, when I see TV, I'm shivering. I see the case, I think that case is straightforward. That official, I suspect, by the way, because it's on the 30th too. That 30th of August. That has got to do with the use or abuse of the rehabilitation fund. Yes. Except if there's another case on the 30th. It's a former DDG. Then it was DMR at that time. I wouldn't know then whether it is the same case. But my point that I'm coming to is that we don't have what you would call, because you get a sense at times that it's a difficult process, but isn't it possible that maybe we say security clearance, but from time to time, those officials must be subjected to a certain process that can clear them. One, either they are victims themselves in the performance of their duties. I made an example. I said, in some cases, they are being told, we know where you stay. We know where your kids are studying. We know where your wife or husband is working. And sometimes that will be demonstrated. You don't need to be told. You see by actions that it means myself, I'm not okay. Now, when that person fears to come, my first conclusion, wrongly so, I hope so, is that this person is afraid of someone who might be looking and say, yes, you said that. We have heard such stories in any way when we're told that they are, the moment, and you see it even there, in Northwest, I suspect even there in Riverlea, because 4 people came out and ran away. In Northwest, where we were going, you could see that these people had information prior that there are people who are coming, and they then disappear. In Free State, one of the stories we were told was that even on those joint meetings, those people will come and say, we know what you said in the meeting. Is there not, I'm just saying, have you considered, I see the arresting and everything, have you considered, I don't know whether it's allowed in law, again, you will help me, have you considered to make it a point that in this fight against illegal mining, you also work with genuine people who might have genuine concern? I may not be free to say it, but I might be sitting here knowing very well that whatever I do, I'm going to get a call in the evening. And I know what are the consequences. I don't want to go to the guilty side, whether they are guilty or not. I'm just talking about their safety when they perform their duties of enforcing, because putting someone to enforce, it has got consequences. We all know that. So I wanted to get that clarity so that whatever we go with here, we don't only look at this flip side that they could be suspected to be colluding, but also they could be victims themselves of what we are trying to help. I just needed that, then I will suggest what process we are going to follow. But the most dangerous thing is not to be also responsive to human nature. These are human beings. We all know at times what people go through. Let me give you to answer just those two to clear the way.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. The first one of this view that the Hawks may have given an instruction that the people should not report to the SAPS but must go to the Hawks when the matter is involving 500,000 rands. I think that there is a misinterpretation. It is not correct. I'm not sure how it was faced and explained. The mandate of the DPCI in most of the instances where we are supposed to be dealing with the same issues that the greater detective service are dealing with, we categorize in some area that it will be involving the amount. When the amount is 500,000 and so, it will be the matter that is investigated by the DPCI. You are correct, Chairperson, to say that we don't tell the people not to go and report to the police, because it is at the police station where there is that distinction that this involve more than 500,000 rand, it shall be referred to the DPCI. So this issue of that they should not report is misinterpreted elsewhere. The people should feel free to go and report to the SAPS because everything is recorded there at the station. And then thereafter is a distinction of where the matter should be handled. The second one question is not very much clear, but I understand that there are certain people that might be victims of the circumstances where others might suspect that they are colluding, and how we deal with those people that have got legitimate concerns. We encourage those that would like to bring certain information to do so, even anonymously. When we are being informed about certain circumstances, we take that into consideration. There are certain things that we have done in the past. People working in certain departments where we made some initiatives inclusive of the witness protection program, or how do we deal with this one? So there are some of the ways that we interact and hear the concerns and take some proactive means, or how do we deal with this one? Some of them, you might even want to keep their affidavits in a different way, such that they do not become known until such time that the matter is mature to go to court for to start with the criminal processes. I know that such concerns do not only end in various departments like the mineral and energy resources. We also have in the law enforcement agencies. I can cite an example. Yesterday I was sitting with another one who was indicating the challenges on the matters that they are dealing, and we are looking at ways, or how do we handle this one, because some of the suspects indeed will be known, or where does one reside, and how do we deal with that? So, but the question did not come very much clear to me, but I was trying to read between the lines where I did not get it. Or we deal with those people who are potential victims of where they are seated. But unless they bring them to our attention, unfortunately, we will treat them like any other witness, which we do not necessarily protect their identities. Thanks, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I want to suggest we do this thing this way. Except if there is a very, very itching question. Maybe let me check first before I suggest what I'm going to suggest. Okay, I guess there's none. Let's do it this way so that we know. I'm a very fair chairperson, very fair. We'll come back here for the benefit of honorable members as well as the delegations that are here. Then we will then outline what is expected to happen from now going forward. In consolidation of the work that we have done since Thursday until now. For instance, we need to respond comprehensively on what we did, including that presentation that was done in Northwest, both in Klerksdorp and Moses Kotane, what do we call Matlosane and Moses Kotane, ne? Yes. We need to respond to the issue of where we were yesterday in Riverlea. And then if members will be agreeing with what we will be proposing, then it will be okay. The issue we may ask from you, is it Lieutenant General? Am I correct? I guess on there. Let's guess on there. We will ask from you. Thanks, you raised the thing when I'm present. Otherwise, I would have missed. I think we will have to respond to the issue of the, because one of the things we've been arguing is the absence of an overarching strategy to deal with this issue. And I think the points that we're raising, we won't force you. I know principles are principles. We won't force you. In fact, we might ask for it from, we need, when we come back, to ask it from them, not from you. They must be the ones who will release you and say, you can go and present. But we will ask you, I'm sure at the end, we will agree that no one doubts that there is a need for resources. No one can question that. In one life where I used to live, one old man complained that this person was a treasure. This person allows us to continue with the meeting, take decisions. Only when we are done with the meeting, you will say as a treasurer, there is no money. So he says the best thing that you should have done, may his soul rest in peace, the old man. He says the best thing that we should have done as an organization is that at the start of the meeting, we must know how much money is available, so that when we take decisions, they are consistent with the amount of money available. Unfortunately, like I said, we would have loved to do exactly that, to know first what money is available, then start to say this is the decision. We have to do it the other way around. I'm sure we'll agree to say. Then having done all that, go and cost the plan and tell us how much is needed, then we will chase the person who is supposed to give us money. But that's unless we'll deal with that issue when we come. Okay, some of us will be working. We will go for lunch, and then let's be here, please, at 10 to 2. We will try and release you as early as possible. At 2 o'clock, we'll be tabling what we are proposing as a way forward. Then if honorable members agree or want to add something, we will deal with the issue at that time. It may not be, I'm sure it won't be too long. Can we take a break and then we'll come back at 10 to 2? same place, same product. Now we say there is a need to attend to that issue of double granting. We also say, as a way, because we must be human also, the department must also make it a point that in the process of the performance of their duty, they are also protected, and therefore they must have safety and security. Fortunately, this will be much easier because now there is a cluster. So they won't go out on their own. They will say, as part of the operational plan, this is what is needed, and we make their services available for that specific task. Number 3, we say the department must improve its licensing and also put mechanisms in place to end double granting. It must also accelerate the process of small-scale and artisanal mining, especially in places like Vekrianchis, in the northwest village, in the northwest, and Beckersford, Steerpolt in Limpopo. Part of the thing, we may be simplifying a difficult problem. Part of the thing is that whilst we are not justifying the granting of mining rights by traditional leaders, but we say there has been no demonstration that it is very difficult to grant mining right, the mere fact that there is an activity happening. So we say the department must fast-track that process so that our own communities can participate in the process of mining. Also noting that there is an overarching strategy to deal with illegal mining, which we're told, we then said there should be a costing exercise in order to determine the resources that are so required, both human and financial. So we had agreed with Lieutenant General that that one is. With regards to Riverlea, we said our observation was that in Riverlea, that once you close holdings that have been closed off, if you do it, that in Riverlea, according to what we saw, the problem is not necessarily the closure of the holdings. It's the nature in which you do rehabilitation. And that then we said that operational plan, Lieutenant General, must include consideration of the city of Johannesburg releasing that land for developmental purposes. We're saying this, one member said, if we're a developed country, we wouldn't be doubting that we can have underground trains because we have networks beneath the soil. You have gotten that land, if you were to build, let's say a solar plant. But in the meantime, we say there has to be some emergency intervention, including fencing of that area and being monitored on a daily basis. Because it's just a piece of land amongst both industrial, informal, and residential areas. So that is what we see. In essence, we say let's do value addition to that piece of land. We also welcome the intervention by the China Africa Precious Metals mine in Northwest for committing to open the mine once the feasibility study has been concluded. But we say we must acknowledge that this initiative has successfully stopped illegal mining in their facility. The committee, though, will expect a progress report by the end of November on whether they are going ahead with remining or they now made a conclusion that they will do rehabilitation. With regards to Stilfontein Gold Mine, the DMRE must demolish and flatten that old shaft structure while the legal processes are proceeding regarding the liquidation query. Wamakubela, the report was saying you are now trying to chase those former directors of the liquidated company and see whether they can take liability. We say on the other side, in the immediate, within obviously the required legal frameworks, the NPA is here, you will be working with them. They will help you how to do it. Because the issue is not about the liquidation. The issue is the structure that is a breeding ground for crime, for commission of crime. And it is dilapidated in any way. So we say work within, and the immediate target must be to demolish the structure. Also, it was clear that there is no proper coordination between the DMRE Northwest Office as well as the SAPS in the province. However, we welcome the commitment made by DMRE to effect that and start convening the meeting of the stakeholders. This committee is therefore expecting a progress report in resolving coordination issues, including the outcomes of the stakeholder engagement meeting by the 30th of September. I think that's what we agreed on. And then we said there must be oversight over our refineries and the smelters. This emerges from the point that there is a possibility, we are not saying it is there is a possibility that our formal structures that are legal might be utilized to process illicit gold. There was the issue also that we said it needed to be attended to. I think it's as a matter of urgency. You said in section 28, where you said when people they get arrested, they've got stamps and everything, letters that they can easily copy. We say there is a need that process, if it means doing away with it, so be it. But there must be mechanisms to deal with this. So that issue of the section 28 of the NEMA requires that it be attended with extreme agency. And I hope that's what you said you wanted to do. So those are some of the issues. Obviously, the committee is still going to go back in the meantime and look at all the other issues, the report that will be tabled and the committee will have to adopt. I just hope that we tried our level best to say this is what we think for now will be the way forward, so that we can start to action some of these matters. But again, as we are open to honorable members. If there is any other matter that we did not capture properly in the visit. Now I'm no longer reading, I'm taking hands. Is there any matter that we'll start?
I our next engagement with the Chamber of Mines, the mining companies, because seemingly they're one of the important stakeholders that are not here. I know the DMRE is supposed to, but I think for our way of use it or lose it, they might get it, they should be getting it directly from us.
Is there any other comment? And I'm telling you, because it's Sunday today. Honorable Volmarang.
No, thanks, Chair. I think there's a comment that you made earlier with regard to the report that we received from the honorable member. And whilst it is not in her view at the moment, we must not lose sight of engaging with it at the right time as soon as such authorization is done. But by and large, Chairperson, and it's not the question of being Sunday late and so on. I think what you have said has captured most of our engagements as from when we arrived in the Northwest and here. But save for the engagements that we will be having as a portfolio at the right time, back at the programming with regard to our portfolio. But also it leaves the door open for, as we have come back after a year, there should be in the foreseeable future an engagement of this nature where we check on whatever that we have come to the conclusions for and relate to whether it has happened. So what you have said captures what we have gone through for the past couple of days. So I don't want to propose.
Okay, I think let's agree first, Chair of the PC on police in Gauteng. I think it's not a difficult thing. Let's accept it. We will consult with all other relevant stakeholders, including the mining industry, on not just on use it or lose it. Remember, there is something that says the mining industry on security of products, they spend almost 2 billion rand. So we have to engage stakeholders. I think I'll take what you say, 100%. We engage stakeholders, including the mining industry. I think there are two things anyway that we forgot. You are correct on the first one, because we must say we said the region of Gauteng, the Gauteng region, must meet with the stakeholders at Riverlea, give a written feedback, one, on the status of the CRG, two, on the requirement or need to close that hole. I don't know, said there's a big hole. So I think that's what we made the commitment that the region, I don't want to say the regional management, but surely there's somebody in charge in the region. The second thing we said, in the meantime, whilst we are working on legislation, we must find mechanisms to block, or whatever word we'll use, the use of second-hand gold. Because that's where also our problem starts. So we will add, but at this stage, you are correct, Honorable Valmaras, this is not a report of the committee. This is the work that won't wait for the committee to adopt a report and then say, this is what to happen. We know we are very effective, but at times, with what is being brought to us, it might take time to adopt the report, but we will do our level best. that Department of Mineral Resources keep on piling legislations after one another. Once we come from public hearings, they just wait that we finish public hearings. When we start to debate, they bring another one. And then once you finish those public hearings, they bring another one. I'm told now there is another bill that is sitting that has been referred to us. So it may not be easy to convene the meetings at the earliest convenience of our own time. If that is the case, Honorable Volmaran says he's comfortable with the way forward. Is there anyone who's supporting or seconding him? I don't know what's happening to you today, Shlubi. Yeah? Okay. On that note, honorable members, thank you very much. Thank you for the South African Police Services as well as priority crimes investigations, as well as anyone in that sector. Thank you, NPA. My only worry, NPA, I must say this thing, I nearly forgot. My only worry, and I know you said that is not the law. Let's agree at times our law is unfair. The fact of the matter is that 13 women were raped. That's a fact. Somewhere something did not go right. And if we're going to end gender-based violence, at some point we must look whether the rules that we have allows us to end it. That is just my major issue. You can imagine all those 13 women. Not even, it could be a trauma when you are one. 13 ought to go. And nothing after that, everything keeps quiet. Morals don't work in law, but at some point it is beyond apprehension. But that's fine, we'll live with the law. Thank you for being here. Home Affairs, I think you have helped us a lot. So thank you also for availing yourselves. It may not have been an ideal thing, but I'm sure you see the value. So we hope that when you are, wherever you are, you know now that the interest in Home Affairs is not only where you are working. Mintech and CGS, also, at least you have been here. Lastly, thank you, Baba Makubele. Ubakubele njalo. Leadership is not easy. So, we are not doing it because we like it. We are doing it because we want you to move faster. There is something called tram trains. Zamufaki tram trains. Agenda.
2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, it's pretty sensitive. 1, 2, 1, 2. So I want to see. 1, 2. Is it fine? Like this. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. 1, 2. How are you doing? Do you like how it sounds? Is it 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Sorry. 1, 2. We might have to. We're gonna reposition it as soon as we're done, just for it. Oh yeah, you just wanted to put it right, nice for him.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
You will put it right, but as long as the speakers is still up.
Yeah.
Yeah, my carry sharp.
Oh. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. We're testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Say something. I am trying to say something. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. It's like a Sunday. 1, 2, 1, 2. Should I put it off? Just a second. 1, 1, 1, 2, 2. Can you hear me? All right, let's go. We're about to get this done. Hi. 1, 2, 1, 2. I see you, Mama. I made it to Parliament TV. 1, 2.